Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome back to another session of the Trial of Hearts. I'm Maris Oram, your humble DM and host, and we're gonna kick things off as per the usual with a round of introductions. So Sif, please get us started.
That's me. Hi, I'm Sif underscore VTuber, living suit of armor. I play games. I do art. I have some projects going on, but I can't really talk about them. So look at me, witness me, and you'll see them. I'm here playing as Gwyn. I shouldn't talk about his morality alignment anymore, probably at this point. But yeah, I'm just this silly little bird guy with nothing else going on. Hee I'm here to cause drama. Do you remember how last session ended? But yeah, I'm very happy to be back. I love you guys.
just a silly little burb, that's all. Nothing to look into here. Thank you very
Moral
much.
Moral alignment is telenovela.
True. Alright, thank you, Sif. And moving on, we have Lily.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lily. I am an aspiring artist that draws a lot of D&D blorbos and the occasional things related towards the trans experience. But I am also the DM of another D&D game known as Mistwalker Spectrum of Eternity. I need to upload the latest session, which was there was some good stuff in the latest session, right, Maris?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, as for tonight, I am playing Topaz Stoneheart, the gender fluid verbal fashion designer, who is currently experiencing a lot of Jamotions.
Heard you're having Jamotion. Sorry to hearth it.
Sorry to hearth it. But either way, really excited to be here. I am very nervous for this session, and I have some long-ass letters and difficult talks to have. So let's go.
I'm so excited. But yes, definitely check out Mistwalkers. Definitely no bias here, as I'm a player in it, but it's a really excellent campaign. Vesper, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Vesper, the Bat of Fortune. I'm a variety VTuber and streamer who occasionally does art, photo bashing. You know, just follow me wherever. I'm fine. I'm fun. Tonight I play Oleander, the DM's second problem child. And when you can't find me here or on my channel, I'm not anywhere else, but I am the lore consultant on Comet Tales, and the reason why some of these people are sad there.
Thank you for the sad. Oh, but yes, you are all my favorite problem children. How could I possibly choose amongst you? You're also equally devious, but thank you, Vesper. And last but never least, Ares.
Hello, I'm ArestheHarpy, or Aressima in some places. I stream games and do art, recently 3D modeling, and various other projects. Today I'm playing Luella, who is a Fae politician where nothing could go wrong, and she's suffering some trauma and related to familial issues. Yay.
She is suffering from the sad. Poor Luella, and it's only gonna get better/worse from here.
Alcoholic arc.
Yay! Fail wife arc. Let's go. But yes, thank you everyone, and just as a side note, happy Pride Month to everyone and to our viewers at home. And yeah, this as always is a safe space, and everyone here is hella gay, and all of our characters, except for Luella, funnily enough, hella gay, but that's okay. We're allowed to have a token straight, and we love her just the same.
Yay!
Yay!
She dies this session.
No.
It's not legal to have straights in your D&D campaign in Pride Month.
If you romance Topaz, would it be straight?
Only sometimes.
Think about it.
Okay, so that's the thing. Is Topaz a whatever makes it gay or a whatever makes it straight non-binary?
Ah.
That's a good question. I don't have an answer.
To be continued.
Uno reverse.
Oh, but yes, we will start off with a session recap. So last time on the Trial of Hearts, we started off with Oleander and Parthenia having a conversation in the greenhouse, where he brought her into his confidence about the crystal dagger, and she agreed to help him in whatever way she can, on the condition that he doesn't do something dangerous, make a martyr of himself, and get himself killed. Gwyn and Damus had a heart-to-heart, Gwyn giving Damus the encouragement he needed to make amends with Oleander. Luella talked to Essie, wondering if immortality could be transferable to her children, and was devastated to find out that that was not the case, and was, in fact, nigh impossible. Oleander also met with Essie in the chapel, where the two exchanged far from friendly words, and Essie regained Oleander's compliance, greatly upset by his writing secrets to his father and threatening Gwyn's standing. Topaz and Lapis had a quiet moment in their room, recounting the events of the third trial, and Topaz's sequestered feelings for Captain Wild. With a sudden burst of confidence, Topaz declared that he had feelings for Essie and was going to act upon them, going straight to Essie's room, asking for a kiss, which was reciprocated in a moment of tenderness. Oleander asked a favor of Dame Leonora, inquiring about the list of contestants from the previous Trial of Hearts, and Gwyn had a private tea session with Dame Leonora as well, inquiring about her part in the third trial, how much she knows, and she admitted her minimal knowledge, as well as the Essie's high value of confidentiality. Damus and Oleander reconnected, where Damus apologized for making assumptions about his meeting with Prince Alto, and he also revealed his own secret, that in his youth he stumbled upon a fallen star beyond the wall, a solid rock in a crater, which emanated magic that flowed into his veins when he touched it. Essie initiated a private evening meeting with Gwyn at the observatory. Gwyn accused Essie of not being as indifferent as he appears, that he cares about each of the final contestants, and as a matter of fact, grew attached. Through some playful banter, Gwyn asked to repeat a certain moment from his trial, asking permission to kiss Essie again, to which he happily consented. After an evening of drinking her woes away, Luella received a surprise visit from Alto. The two chatted, and he asked for a favor from Luella that she speak to his sister Adora, as she was also disturbed by what she saw in the third trial. And she agreed, eventually, in exchange for raiding Dame Leonora's cellar and drinking the night away with her, a bargain he was all too happy to agree to. And finally, Topaz and Gwyn met according to their prior correspondence, and they had a talk in the gardens. Gwyn opened up about his disappointments in his past, his duel with Skalm, and his perceived chances of winning the trials. At Essie's direction, Topaz brings Gwyn into their confidence, informing him about the disappearance of Isolde and Cornelius. And, in a surprising turn of events, Gwyn reaffirmed his fondness for Topaz, claiming them to be equal to Essie in his eyes, and daring to attempt to steal a kiss. Flustered, Topaz rejected this advance and returned to Hololight alone, leaving Gwyn to ponder his choices in the gardens. And that is where we will resume, my friends. We will begin a new day and start things with a rumor phase, which we have not had in quite some time. So just as a reminder for players and for viewers at home, how this is going to work is each of us will bring a new rumor to the table or boost a existing rumor into a scandal or bring a fading rumor back onto the scene. Any fading rumors that are not touched upon in this round of the rumor phase will fade entirely. They are off the table and cannot be brought back. So, just as a reminder before we delve into anything new, these are the current rumors that are at play. first and foremost, Dame Leonora isn't actually the master of ceremonies and someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. This is a full-blown scandal. Next, Gwen is rigging the trials, bending people to his will to make sure he comes out on top. Next, by demonstrating his ability to humiliate his competition, people are questioning Gwen's honorable persona. Next, Adora and Alta's lineage is once again called into question. People are debating if they have a claim to the throne at all. Next, Luella has illegitimate children that were born out of wedlock, and she keeps them hidden from society in a countryside estate. Some speculate that Gwen sired at least one of them during his rise to power. And then the fading rumors are as follows. Topaz is not really a Stoneheart. Parthenia attempted to rig the first trial by poisoning Oleander. And Topaz and Gwen seem to be very friendly with one another. People are beginning to suspect it is romantic in nature. So, who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Excellent. What do you have, Lily?
I have a simple rumor, but speaking of the fading rumor, I'm going to bring the Topaz and Gwen rumor back by saying that multiple people saw them taking a walk the previous night, as well as Gwyn going in for a kiss, and are wondering what Gwyn's true endgame is.
I'm writing these down. Alright. That is no longer a fading rumor. That is back onto the table as a current rumor. Who's next?
I have one.
Uh-huh.
This one is in relation to Gwyn.
Uh-huh.
I'm so popular.
Twirls hair. Everyone's talking about me.
The rumor is that Gwyn might have many illegitimate children due to certain other rumors that have circulated in the past, as well as his apparent closeness with so many people in this trial.
Oh.
Does that escalate one of them to scandal or combine the two of them into a scandal?
Synthesize.
You know what? It's so similar to the one that is here, but compounds on it.
DM question.
Yeah.
What is above scandal?
There is nothing above scandal. Nothing in the rule book, anyway.
Vesper, you wanting to tag in on this as well?
Double dog dare scandal. You know what? It is similar to the Luella one, so I will say that one is a scandal, and we're gonna compound on it with this new quote-unquote information. Cool. Excellent. Next.
I'll go next, since mine is technically also a compound, if you want to treat it like that. Yeah.
What do you have for me?
Due to, the ongoing rumors that Dame Leonora is not in control, and with the events of the previous trial, the third trial, which has traumatized everyone, there is a rumor going about that Essie is a witch.
Interesting.
If you think that's too far, I will think of another
Now,
rumor.
let me get some clarification. So rather than, with the implications of this rumor, do you mean to say that Essie is not a star at all? It is in fact a witch?
Yes.
Ooh.
Delightfully devilish.
Ooh. Excellent. Brutal. Delightful.
I told you it was going to be good.
You did. You did tell me. That's excellent. All right. Sif, what do you got?
Right. Yeah, I got a rumor about Essie real quick.
Oh, my poor star boy. What's next?
Listen, Essie this entire time in the campaign has been like a little spectator seat, and the first big splash was making nearly everybody cry. Like, brother is getting some rumors. This rumor is, so I can't decide between having it said that Essie has already decided on the victor. And the victor is none of the participants, as he has broken or fucked with all of them in the trial.
Oh. Okay, so he's already decided a victor. But it's none of the current contestants?
Yes. The trials are a sham to weed out those who are ambitious, overly so. Those who do not have true love. And there's this like fairy tale story being spun by all the gossiping people that like, oh, it was a rags to riches story. There's some mysterious stranger that Essie's fallen in love with at the trials. Yeah.
Devious.
Everyone gives up with something.
I love that. I love that y'all are being mean to my star boy. All right.
I got one more rumor if you'd have me.
Everyone can only do one. So
right. That's letters and enough.
Yeah, unfortunately. But if you would rather do this other one, we can do that.
I'll give you both, and then I want you to pick which NPC you're gonna shoot, because the other rumor's on Damus.
Oh no! All right, lay it on me.
All right, I believe that given all the recent NPC interactions with Damus, a person who has not properly been in the spotlight, there are rumors circulating, various rumors of like, why the fuck is Damus here? And as a result, people are expecting something from him, and I don't want it to be any one singular rumor on Damus, but he is going to have more and more eyes staring at him, wondering, why is Topaz talking to him? Why is Gwyn talking to him? Oleander is one thing, but now, like, this little blorbo of a man has gotten all the way to, like, the near finals of the trial. And his motivations, his talents are all unclear. And did he stab himself in the fucking arena quest?
Yeah. I will say, because that one is far less specific, I'm not going to include it as a rumor proper, but you have kind of hit the nail on the head as to how NPCs are viewing him anyway. So that kind of is already the case with Damus, so I'm not gonna make it official, but
got it.
That is kind of how things are rolling nonetheless.
Would it be like a soft fading rumor or something like that? I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
No, because like it's still something people are talking about, but the way I'm sort of playing this is people are talking about the juiciest stuff. And yes, Damus is a curiosity, and people are wondering, who the hell is this guy? It's not nearly so juicy as talking about the illustrious Sir Gwyn having who knows how many children in the countryside, you know?
Alright, cool, that's my rumor. Thank you.
Cool.
Liam.
And then, finally, for myself. Luella. You were seen having a nocturnal visitor. And not just any nocturnal visitor, but the Prince of Debauchery himself. And you very quickly ushered him into your room to do who knows what. And the prince has yet to emerge. So, needless to say, people are tittering that one, Prince Alto has found a new lover, if only for the night, and Luella has found herself another rich and powerful man to ensnare.
Typical rumor with a man and woman friendship.
Indeed. Indeed.
Can I ask, Maris?
Yes.
I don't know if this is the case with anybody, but I know we usually say, did we have a hand in spreading rumors?
You're so right. I forgot about that detail. So for each of your rumors, did your characters have any sort of hand in the starting or spreading of said rumor?
Not Topaz.
Too
Not
pure.
Oleander, but he's going to giggle about it when he hears about me.
Doing nothing to dispute it, just enjoying that little touch of Schadenfreude.
Gwyn would not be the one starting the rumor, but I feel like he'd be like the first person to ask about the rumor, because he's the only one who wasn't like breaking down, one of the few people that wasn't broken down crying.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely would go just like he definitely would say the most fucking like cryptic shit that would make you think twice. Like well, none of us are seeing Essie now, are we?
Oh my god. All right.
Luella would not start the rumor with Gwyn, but would confirm at least that she has heard some things about his various bedmates.
All right. I'm jotting these things down. Very good. And with that, the rumors of Topaz not being a Stoneheart, gone off the table. The one about Parthenia attempting to rig the first trial by poisoning Oleander, that one is gone as well. And cannot be brought back. We are now going to move on to our reputation trackers. Things have shifted about a little bit, starting with Gwen. Gwen, buddy, you are continuing to descend in your reputation, unfortunately. You are at a -2 right now. You're seen making advances on Topaz in the Gardens, and combined with the rumor of your manipulation of others, people are beginning to believe that you might be leading the poor McStoneheart astray. So you are going to, I believe you had advantage on deception checks last time. You're going to maintain that, and you also still have your positive, ambitious reputation tag.
And one narrative token, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of narrative tokens, I know I said we concluded our rumor phase, but I did want to circle back real quick. If you have a narrative token and you wish to use it to get rid of a rumor entirely, you can certainly do so. So I want to give anyone the opportunity to do so now before I forget and we move on.
I just want to add one thing. The fact that my reputation dropped down after people saw me dating Topaz could say more about them than about me.
We'll get to Topaz. We'll get to Topaz. All right. So no one wishes to scratch off any rumors? Going once? Going twice? All right. Back to reputation trackers. Topaz, you have finally made it to the pinnacle of a positive reputation. I'm so proud of you. You are at +3. There's a bit of a caveat to it. There's a two-parted side to this, because you were, in fact, seen outside, waiting outside of Essie's room. You were there for quite a long time. And you were invited inside, so people are wondering what was that about. All eyes are on you, gossip is fluttering about you. Although, you did reject an advance from Gwen, implying that whatever it is going on between you and Essie, you are remaining true to him. So, with that, you are gaining a positive reputation tag. What would you like it to be?
I am choosing sincere.
Sincere. I think we can all agree that Topaz is anything if not sincere. Very good. Oleander, you are also going up in your reputation. You are at a +2. You are continuing to be discreet and hiding your interactions from the public eye. And while this may seem like nothing, these are far better manners than most guests have ever experienced from you. So, dare they say that you are finally beginning to act the gentleman. You will have advantage on persuasion for this session.
Thank you.
And Luella, you did descend by 1, but you are still in the positive range. People are talking about your late-night rendezvous with the prince and wondering if he is the next target for you to ensnare. You will have advantage on insight this session as you try to read the intention of those around you. and you still have your positive, warm reputation tag.
Ooh.
Woo! That concludes everything about rumors and reputations. Any questions before we move on? Cool. We now go to our epistolary phase. We didn't have one last session. We had too much to talk about. But now, I presume, we have letters and letters to send. Who would like to volunteer to go first?
I shall.
May I?
Oh,
Never mind.
Topaz said it first. Go ahead.
All right. I got 2 long letters to send.
Uh-huh.
The first one, to Gwyn. I apologize that I did not have the strength to properly and respectfully respond to your affection last night. I found myself stunned and couldn't trust myself in that moment to know what was the right thing to do. So I will attempt to do so now, albeit perhaps cowardly and in writing. I must admit, honestly, that I thought that whatever fondness and affections you held for me, you would put those feelings aside for the advancement of furthering your dreams. It appears I was wrong in that assessment, and I apologize for any offense I may have caused with impulsive actions. I do not know what it is about me that has charmed you, as I have nothing to offer you for your goals, especially in comparison to Essie's immortality. I am genuinely touched to know, nonetheless, that I have captured your affections. I will follow that there are going to be multiple scribbled out lines that we will get to later when Gwyn reads this. You asked me, this is following those scribbled out lines. You asked me, albeit indirectly, about myself and Essie. You should know that I confessed to Essie my feelings just the day before the 3rd trial. I am pursuing Essie, likely in perhaps the same way that I can only assume that you are. He is dear to me, and I value his affections greatly. Perhaps it is my propriety and idyllic values bestowed upon me through the romance novels I love, but considering everything, I think it necessary to ask him his feelings about this. I am not opposed to having affections for more than one. Stars above know my father made it clear that and how they could work, but until I have Essie's word, I must stay true to him. I will be writing to him next, to inform him of your allegiance and that of your affections for me. I will be in touch soon. Topaz.
Very nice. Gwen, you get this lengthy, heartfelt letter from Topaz. Do you respond?
I would say, would you like to do the investigation checks on the scribbled out lines?
Investigation checks? Sure. Yes.
All right. I would like to roll investigation. Here we go. Hold on. Wait, no, it's no way maneuver saving that. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, how big is my die again? A 1d. You know what? I'm gonna burn a lucky point on this. Fuck it. We're not doing any combat today. Lily wrote something. I wanted to read it out loud. Shit.
From a 4 to a 6.
Lucky point. There we go.
Oh my god, 2 lucky points for 19. Yeah,
I'm burning a superiority die for the fucking invested 20.
Oh my god, That's incredible. You get a note from your crush. You are going to figure out what it says. No, but you are so used to secret correspondences, passing on the written word for military tactics, and this is nothing like those kinds of secrets, write it in lemon juice, apply heat, yada yada. This is a very anxious furbolg who is writing their feelings and scratching it out. So, holding it up to the light, you can definitely and clearly see what Topaz attempted to start and write and scratch out. Lily, if you would.
Yes. There are 2 separate lines that were scratched out. The first one is, You had most certainly captured my affections easily during the course of these events, and my feelings for you do still linger.
Okay, just gonna pocket that real quick. I am gonna note for the future, Gwyn keeps this letter on his person.
Oh.
As for the reply, I'm trying to think. What's like the?
She did say
Dear-
she'll be in touch soon, but it is your call to reply.
Well, yeah, I got it. It would be unepistolary of me not to.
Obviously, it has to be a feather and nothing else.
I mean, the feather was like I love how everyone like took a lot from the feather. I think Gwyn needs to put a more like enticing article. Can't think of one right now.
Ah, Gwyn's panties, I see.
Dear Topaz, you have nothing to apologize for. Feelings much like battle run rampant, unpredictable, hard to control, but all the more worthwhile to make the most of. Do take your time, but I believe I myself am quite aware of our dear Star's thoughts. I look forward to hearing from you and him soon. Sincerely, Gwyn. Scribble line. He's gonna write a line with a scribble on it. Attached, like it's just like a crossed out line, so it's readable. The words underneath are readable, but it says, attached is Fae correction tape. Should you? There you go. That's it.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny.
It's real. We should have fucking whiteout in some way, shape, or form.
Topaz, I just want a reaction of when you get this letter. Like, how would he react when you receive this from Gwyn?
He reads it, and like specifically the line about like I already know how the star feels. It's like, what does that mean? And then they open the letter the one step further and see the whiteout come through, and it's just like, is this an insult?
I know what you are.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's Gwyn's way of saying he was able to read the scribbled lines.
Yo. I believe you had
Yes.
another one.
I do. This one is to Essie.
All right, spicy. What do we got?
Dear Essie, I had a talk with Gwyn last night regarding bringing him into your confidence. I spent a while trying to get him to open up his true self to me, and I believe that I was successful. He shared that softer side of himself with me that I have seen not but hints of, and I feel sure that he was being genuine. My read into him is that I do not believe that he could betray someone he cares about. I told him what we discussed, and he pledged his sword to you for any assistance that it may provide. I must, however, also bring to attention a part of our conversation that leaves me uncertain. Gwyn, in his more open state, professed his affections for me. I found myself thrown aback, as I had believed him ultimately indifferent to me, as I cannot see how I fit into his grand plan to achieve his dreams. Yet not only did he confess, but he attempted to kiss me. I stepped away from it before apologizing for any offense and leaving. I do not know if this side of Gwyn is more familiar to you, and I do not wish to pry, as I know that you are undoubtedly close to him and others, but I must be my ever-honest self in this moment. My feelings for him do still linger, as they are all too fresh from our time here at Hollowlight. He charmed me almost instantly. I just had to let it go a bit, due to the aforementioned assumed indifference. As for last night, I couldn't possibly act on those feelings, as I truly do hold you above all others here. I hope my actions with the third trial and elsewhere can be proof of that, in spite of what I am telling you now. I'm rambling, and I don't know what this letter will do, or what consequences it will have for myself or Gwyn. But you felt like the proper person to know and to talk to about it. I do not tell you this to hurt his chances with you. I hope that this does not have that effect. I just want to clear up any potential misunderstandings about the characterization of mine and Gwyn's relationship before they reach your ears. I hope you know that I will always tell you the truth. Topaz.
Oh, and how do you go about sending this message?
I think they would probably just deliver it by hand.
Under Essie's door, as per the usual?
As per the usual, yes.
All right. You return to your room, and after a few moments, your Daily Mail arrives, and there is a response from Essie. I don't have it scripted out, but basically says something to the effect of, my dear Topaz, I think you are a very good friend and confidant indeed, for you to be so forthcoming with this information and with your own feelings. While myself and Sir Gwyn have been growing closer, it has not escaped my notice that so too have you. However, words have reached me faster than your written ones, and I would advise that you take care that you do not find yourself a part of his conquests. We'll talk later, Essie.
Oh, God. Okay.
Okay. Topaz, you have one more letter. This is on familiar black paper, gold lightning bolt wax seal. You know exactly who this is from. You open it up, and in glittery gold ink, it says, "My dearest Topaz, far be it from me to begin a letter with the most insipid of introductions, hoping the letter finds you well, but truly I hope it does. Not to seem indelicate, but you seem distressed at the conclusion of the third trial, and I wanted to inquire after your well-being. It was a challenge, to be sure, but if something has upset you and it is within my power to remedy, I pray that you can rely on me in your time of need. However, if it is no business of mine, feel free to disregard my concerns. Yours truly, Ignatius Wilde."
Oh. He's so sweet. Okay. Topaz would take a letter and take a moment, think about it, think back to the trial, shake her head, and just think that wasn't him, and just begin to write. Wild. I definitely didn't handle the aftermath of the trial well in the moment, but I am feeling better in a way. In a way, it felt like a lesson that will really help me find confidence in myself and chase what I want more. If you are agreeable, there's something I would love to request your assistance with. After my not-so-graceful entrance into the ballroom of the first night, I wanted to make sure I was prepared for dancing in the future. Given that you are the smoothest and most confident man I know, I would love for you to teach me what you know. Me and Essie are quite close now, and I want to impress him. I know this is a move against your goals here, but I was hoping for a moment we could put this competition aside and have a moment to enjoy. Would you have one after lunch today? Topaz.
You send that out, and you receive a pretty prompt response. It's not a full letter, just like a little note card, but still on that nice black paper. And it just says, very simply, "Consider it done. I'll see you in the ballroom tonight."
Okay.
Okay. Who's next?
Can I go?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The first letter, chronologically, is going to arrive at Gwyn's door via a very defeated-looking servant at approximately 1 a.m.
So still in the wee hours of the morning.
Well into the drinking session.
Oh man! All right, what do you drunkenly write to Gwen?
I would like Gwyn to make some sort of check in order to read it, because here is what it looks like in the Epistolary Letters channel.
Hold on, let me see.
2 lucky points already. You're telling me this?
Oh my god. Yeah, give me that investigation check.
Wait. We got
Superiority.
maneuvers. We got maneuvers. Don't worry about it.
Here comes an 8.
Oh,
All right.
15.
14. Yep. I'd say you can definitely make out this letter. You take some time to decipher it.
The letter says, Gwyn, how dare you laugh at one's misfortunes while unknowing of their troubles? Stop being mean.
Ares, please take a narrative token for that.
Yay!
For making me just crack up. Oh my god, amazing. Oh wow. Gwen, you are awoken in the middle of the night. We're backtracking a little bit. You're awoken in the middle of the night to receive this letter. Do you respond?
I don't.
Excellent.
I think this is I catch them with a hangover later and laugh about it for now.
Excellent. So, Luella, no response from Gwen in the morning. Do you have anything else?
Yes, this one at about 3 a.m.
She's going down the line!
Oh no! Who is this one to?
The same defeated servant
Oh no!
pesters Oleander with this note.
Wait, it's even worse. Alright,
Oh, I get it. I see it. I read it.
Oleander, make me an investigation check to be able to read this letter.
It's not just say kill yourself at the bottom.
Where's my character? You said investigation check.
Correct. $14. Yep, you can read this letter, Ares, if you will.
Oleander, touch my children and I'll kill you.
Oh my god!
Oleander's like, she's drunk.
What gave that away?
Oleander's been drunk crying before.
Oh my god.
So nervous.
Man. Well, Luella, that was the best epistolary phase from you thus far, aside from the one-word letter to Adora.
Thank you.
Yes, well done. You do have a letter once you are awake and sober enough to read it. This is a familiar seal. It is from your assistant Bellamar, and it says, Miss Stalwix, what a curious little parcel you've delivered to me. I took the liberty of examining its contents, and after discussing its make with a colleague of mine, we have concluded that it is an extraordinarily potent potion. Who is the creator of such a fine concoction? I'm already receiving inquiries from potential buyers in the capital, though I assure you I tried my utmost to keep things discreet. You know how word gets around. If you reveal your mystery alchemist, I can almost guarantee they'll be a wealthy individual should they decide to venture to the capital. Should you come across any other curiosities, do let me know. Bellamar. P.S. How goes the investigation with the contract I sent you?
I believe Luella already sent what she had found out.
Did you? I admittedly don't remember. If you did, we can disregard that, but...
It's fine. We'll just go with yeah. She writes back in as best a handwriting as she can manage. Something along the lines of what she found out as to Damus's probable guardian, at least as to who they are, not necessarily as to why this information was hidden, other than for potential privacy, even though there were other ways to do that that would have been better. And that the quality of that potion does, in fact, lend at least some weight to the supposed guardian being true.
Very
as this
good.
is it is from their apprentice.
Very good. All right, you send that off to Bellamar. Who is next?
Me, I guess.
Alrighty, go for it.
Okay, so first off, a little before the letters, Oleander decides to take a shower because I need to use the sending stone, and Oleander kind of like gets ready, like inconspicuously, like he just wakes up, he stretches, knows what he has to do already, goes to the shower, and like while he looks like he's washing his face, he's going to bring the sending stone up to his face and say, after activating it, meet me tonight at 2 a.m. in the forest at Stoneheart. I have updates. Love you. Oh.
All right. And you receive a pretty quick response from it. And it just says, very simply, very well, see you then.
Alright, and I have three actual letters, so I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. What do we got?
Okay, first off, we have Damus, which will be, Dear Damus, I want to tell you thanks, yet again. It's tough to speak upon secrets, especially amidst all of this. I'll keep your secrets safe and wish to keep you safe, Damus. Many may be here for Essie, but I want to let you know, especially as of late, you've been burning brightly yourself, much like the sun. Fondly, Oleander. And while he's folding that up, he like takes a second, unfolds it, quickly writes, P.S. I'm going to be busy today, but if you see me in the hallways, feel free to snatch me up for a kiss.
Oh.
And in the wax seal, Oleander places dried up flower blooms after his name. Like, dried up Oleander blooms. And even rather hesitantly, he seals the letter with a kiss.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so stinking cute. Alright, you send that letter off, and it takes a while to get a response back. And when you open Damus's letter in response, you see why. Because the paper is crumpled, and he's clearly tried to start sentences over and over again and scratching them out and starting again and scratching it out. Not even fully formed sentences or thoughts. Like, clearly his brain has turned to mush, and finally it just says okay at the bottom.
Oh my god.
I have destroyed this boy positively.
Alright, what are your other letters?
Okay, this next one's to Luella. Oleander is going to pretend that last night's letter didn't happen. he's going to give that like the that was a bad decision. We're going to pretend that didn't exist, and he's going to send this. Dear Auditor Stalwix, apologies if you're receiving this letter at an inconvenient time. While I didn't receive a taxing experience, I received the inkling that the experience can be described as traumatic for many. I would like to speak to you late in the morning to properly apologize for the way I acted around you the other day. I do think my father is right, and my continence doesn't befit a rogue, as I'm a little passionate, and I was rather brash and retaliatory, unnecessarily even. I'd like to speak to you and see if there's a preferred way for you to wish me to make this up to you. Sincerely, Appraiser Bloodthorne. And he's going to wait until like later in the morning for this to be sent. So like he's going to give enough time for Luella to actually get the hell up.
Yeah. So we'll say, Luella, after you send off your mail to Bellamar, you receive this letter from Oleander. Would you like to respond?
Does the name ring any bells for Luella?
Appraiser Blood. Give me a history check with advantage, please.
A history check with advantage.
14. You would know that, just on a base level knowledge, that the name Bloodthorne is affiliated with the criminal underworld, and that one Azel Bloodthorne is known to be the leader of the Thieves Guild.
Okay.
Can I point out that in the talk we had with Oleander and Luella had on the spring day, I think they were talking to each other like Luella already knew who Oleander was.
Oh no. So very specifically in that conversation, Oleander was dropping names and making all these informations. Luella just pretended that. Yeah. Thank you
Smile,
for the information.
nodding,
Thank you.
collecting info.
Can I say that? Can I change that to Oleander then? Because like I was making presumptions I didn't know.
I feel like that would have been like accurate though.
Yeah,
She probably would have caused trouble, just not.
Because you wouldn't know that she doesn't know, because she, implied that she did, acted like she did. So I do think this is still within the realm of plausibility for Oleander to be like, yeah, she knows. But
All right.
But would you, do you write a
And now
response?
I have the trouble. Oh.
Because I'll say you can say, like, if you are unsure as to who exactly this is from, you can just say send this back to where you got this, and it'll still get to the same place.
I don't think there's going to be a response. Given context clues, she can figure who this would be from.
Okay.
So, there wouldn't be a response. She would just hunt down Oleander later.
All right, she'll hunt you down later.
Oh no.
And you have one more, Oleander?
Yes, and now I have the second letter of trouble.
Uh-huh.
Actually, these are multiple. Okay. So, in very delicate silvery font, with very delicate font in silvery ink, this letter is written entirely in witch's cant. And Oleander makes 4 copies. No, wait, hold on. 3 copies. And it says, depending on the person, dearest brother or sister. Like it's going to be specific to who he's sending it to.
Uh-huh.
I want you to know you are not yet alone, and that you have friends here. You have a sister here. I believe it's time we took accord and account of everything that is going on here, and decide our final act. Please meet me in gardens in front of the spring roses at 2 p.m. You must speak, as I am worried our time is running out for us to make a move. A fellow daughter of Diana, Aradia. And I don't know why that didn't And at the very bottom of the letter, there is a picture of a moon, like a little drawing of a moon, crescent moon, almost entirely engulfing a star.
Okay.
And this is sent to Cordelia,
Uh-huh.
Cecil,
Uh-huh.
and Jonas. And these are hand delivered at different times
Okay.
throughout the morning.
Okay. You send that out. And you wait. You wait throughout the morning.
I don't send
no
these
response
to her.
comes. Yeah, no response comes. So I guess we will wait and see if anything comes of it. All right. Oleander, I do have a couple letters for you as well. First and foremost, we have a letter with a purple seal. You recognize this. This is the one from Lycoris. And you crack it open and it says, Dearest Oleander. Of course, dearest spelled DEER-EST. You tell me that a man has stardust in his blood, and you expect me to not look into it. Ugh, what I wouldn't give to be there myself and have him bleed for me just a little bit. I wouldn't hurt him, of course, it's just for science. Maybe I can ask Plague for a favor, ... I digress, because what is blood and stardust and alchemy compared to my darling big brother's decrepit love life? I am very happy for you truly, and I hope you and your celestial-filled friend share many more kisses, just not in view of me, you absolute hussy. Rest assured, your latest secret is safe with me. You know there's nothing I love more than knowing something that Dad doesn't. So, when are you two eloping, since you won't let Dad talk to him? And then it says, kisses, but that's scratched out. You get enough of those now, don't you? Lycoris.
Wow. Oleander's mouth just dropped open at Hussy and just hasn't been able to pick off the floor.
Hussy affectionate.
She's gonna get it when I get home, I swear.
But yes, that is from Lycoris, and on the complete opposite of the male spectrum, you have a very neat, pristine looking letter in dark blue ink, and with the seal of the Celestial Court on it. And you crack it open, and it says, Mr. Oleander, regarding your inquiry after the names of the prior contestants of the Trial of Hearts, it was no difficult thing to procure the names. Though I am curious what you plan to do with this information, I trust that it is nothing nefarious of nature, and merely a historian's curiosity. Should this curiosity carry you further, you may peruse my library at your leisure, though I suspect you've already made yourself quite at home there. Dame Leonora. And attached is a list of 20 names, most of them unfamiliar, though there are a few that look moderately familiar, kind of itches a scratch in your brain, you know, some prominent politicians of the time. But overall, it's a diverse list of people from an array of backgrounds and professions, merchants, politicians, poets, you know, alchemists, historians, all sorts of people from all walks of life. But most outstanding of the list of names is, of course, King Cornelius himself, as well as his younger brother, Prince Cyrus. Which, actually, if you could make a quick history check for me regarding the prince.
Here we go, history! Ah, crap, it's 15.
You know what? That's enough. That'll do it. So, you would know that the Prince Cyrus eventually met a very tragic end due to a political assassination. and the ones responsible were the notable witches' coven, titled The Children of the Dawn. And this was one of many reasons as to why Cornelius launched a full-blown retaliation against witches and witchcraft.
Oh, I sent something juicy, DM. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. But yes, you got that tidbit of information from Dame Leonora.
Before anything else, Oleander getting this list, he quickly makes a copy very quickly in his own handwriting, slips it into a very small note, and as he's like running out to deliver one of the other letters, he slips it under Parthenia's door.
Okay.
And there's a special note about Cyrus's tragic end with the Children of Dawn.
Okay.
As his name.
All right.
And that's it. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you, DM.
You're so welcome. Gwen,
Yeah.
any letters from you, sir?
I've been thinking over what could cause the most drama. All right. I think Alto, he put in all this effort to get his sister some help from Luella. I'm gonna just stoke the flames a little bit. I'm writing a letter to Adora. Dear Lady Adora, I understand that the last trials have been rather unkind to you and your brother, and for that you have my condolences. I understand our time outside of these halls was short, albeit you chose to skip any appointments your family had made with me. Regardless, I do share some concern that outside of the social dangers of these events, I feel as though there is a greater plot brewing that you may not be able to handle. Perhaps you and Alto should consider reaching out to your family for assistance, or altogether pulling out of these trials.
Ooh.
Really wishing you the best. I understand if this letter has proven upsetting, but if it pleases you, Luella is no worse for wear. Sincerely, Gwyn.
You get a response later in the morning, and it's written in very neat, very composed writing, as though she had considered her words with the utmost care. And it says something to the effect of, Sir Gwyn, I find it curious that now of all times you decide to show concern for myself, my brother, and my family. Curiouser still that you wish us to drop out of the competition just when your true nature starts to be revealed and everyone can see you for what you are. I will not be dropping out any time soon. Adora. Her Royal Highness, Princess Adora.
I would like to add that Gwyn smiles reading the letter back because that is the most Princess Adora has sounded like herself in, or appeared as herself in a little bit. And,
anything else?
I had a second letter in mind for a while, but I wasn't sure how to word it.
That's alright. We can just go by vibes.
Okay. Because I just have my notes here on my little notepad. Dear Captain Wild, damn, I guess I would just have to go by vibes. The notes in this letter, those I wrote in this notepad today, were
You're good. Yeah.
Player notes. You are losing a precious gem.
Oh!
Despite all of your effort. I'm starting shit.
Oh
Al doesn't get to retire from the trauma that easily.
Oh my god.
And I want to make this letter anonymous. I just wrote this note I have at the bottom. If I could make it anonymous.
I want you
Mm-hmm.
to roll me a sleight of hand check for that, to make it anonymous, because you've corresponded with Wild before.
Mm-hmm.
So he does know your handwriting by this point.
Actually, you know what? Gwyn wouldn't be. I'm crossing that out. Gwyn would not be anonymous. Dick on the table.
Alright,
Wait.
even better.
This is like you are losing one of your most precious stones. I hope you're aware of this.
Oh.
And yeah, no, this is just Gwyn starting shit. He's still a little salty about the whole Scald situation.
He is going to write you a response back, and it's very polite. It's a mask of politeness, I should say. And basically, he is going to ask, are you informing me out of some misguided concern, or is this a challenge?
I will... Damn, it's like we're texting at this point, kicking my feet up on the bed. Oh my god. I have been blinded by the radiance of this gem, but even I have gotten close enough to notice the way their heart is plucked in multiple directions, and the way that they cannot handle it. Prithee, I hope you can help them see more clearly and more focused. And my notes for this was, Gwyn is aware that Essie might not be the best influence on Topaz's romantic decision-making. That is all.
Oh, devious. Oh, so devious. Thank you so much for each of you for all of this drama. I eat it up. All right.
Any letters in the mailbox, by the way, DM, or no?
You do not have one specifically for you. However, each of you, nearing the end of the morning, you do receive a letter, and it's very discreet in its packaging, and there's no seal on it, though your names are written in nice silvery ink on the outside of each letter. And you each receive the same thing. It reads as follows. My brave champions, my most sincere congratulations on making it this far through the trials. Your tenacity, wit, strength, and charm is truly something to behold. You have impressed me considerably, and I don't say that lightly. I wish to speak to each of you during the luncheon hour at the observatory regarding a matter of utmost discretion and importance. Come quickly, but quietly, and speak to no one else. Essie. And you may respond if you wish, but none is expected.
Respond by showing up.
Respond by showing up.
I said yes in the particle invite. Excuse you.
All right.
I RSVP'd.
RSVP to the luncheon.
Open table.
Yeah. All right. So with that, we conclude our epistolary phase. Well done, everybody. We will resume with our morning activities, starting with Luella. Luella, you've been up for a little bit. Attempting to clear your head, attempting to read the incoming mail and write responses. You're feeling sluggish and groggy, and spots cloud your vision. But you take a look around your room, your surroundings. There are wine bottles and corks and glasses everywhere. Everywhere. Like, to the point that you are like, how could a single person possibly drink this much? But you look in your bed, and in your bed, sprawled out amongst your bed sheets, shirt removed, passed out, hair mussed, is Prince Alto.
Luella would for a moment have that question of, did something happen? And then realize, probably not if she didn't remember it.
You know what? Make me a history check about what you remember.
Oh dear. 13.
13, you're pretty confident nothing happened between the two of you.
Good.
Pretty confident. But yeah, he's passed out.
I think Luella would spend a bit of time cleaning up. And probably making the poor servants very, very shocked and upset as she keeps asking them to take away bottles.
Take it out to the recycling. Yep.
Hey, can you come over here? Yeah, you've got a tray. Perfect. Can you take this out to the trash? And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And then she's probably, even though she feels like crap, she's probably going to clean herself up and get to doing what needs doing, first and foremost, leaving a letter for Alto to clean himself up and leave discreetly when he feels able to do so.
You do not wake him?
Then,
you leave a letter for him?
Yeah.
All right.
Because if they leave at the same time, then it's even worse.
Then it looks doubly bad.
And then, she is going to go out and start, looking for... I'm trying to think if she would... She said that she would talk to Adora, so probably doing that first, and then go for Oleander.
Sure. You can look for Adora. She is, I think by this point, it's late enough in the morning that breakfast is starting to wrap up. So if you want to catch her as she's leaving the dining hall, you can certainly bump into her.
Go forth.
Go forth.
She's going to find Adora, walk up. Princess, could I perhaps have a moment of your time?
She looks at you with a barely masked kind of contempt. Like she is immediately nose up at you. And just... Why?
To be frank, your brother asked me to have a word with you.
He did he? I'm sure he does. Well, very well. I'll see what you, and by proxy my brother, have to say to me. And she'll wave a hand to follow her, and she'll... I think she would have this conversation sort of on the, there's a word for it and I can't think of it, but the equivalent of like a back patio, like just before you hit the gardens.
It's terrace.
Yes, a cobblestone terrace. So that way people can see the two of you talking, so it doesn't look secretive.
Mm-hmm.
Well...
God forbid that there be rumors about Luella having time with both of them. Anyway.
God forbid! Well...
Do be patient with me for a moment. It was a long night, and I'm trying to remember exactly what he asked me to talk to you about.
Her brows immediately furrow at that. Really?
Indeed. He keeps rather good company.
So I hear.
If my memory serves, he is rather concerned about you.
Concerned. And she kind of looks around, like, over both her shoulders. And she just kind of leans close to you. And with her arched and furrowed brows, just stares at you. Are you fucking with me?
She lets out a long sigh. Princess, for one, I am not in the mood to be fucking with you today. And for two, there are far more enjoyable ways that I could do so other than feigning your brother's care for your well-being.
Yes, I'm sure you had plenty of time to exercise that knowledge last night, didn't you?
I fear that you are making assumptions based on what little information you have.
I fear that I'm making assumptions based off of what everybody has seen and all of the things that I know about my brother. Now, you may think that you can pull the wool over his eyes by some misguided sense of appealing to his more base instincts. But you won't trick me. Not me, Miss Stalwix.
Well, if you are not to believe what I am saying, then it would seem I am in fact tricking you, though not by my own desire. We talked over a drink or 3. No more.
And let's say that I believe you. What could you possibly have to discuss with my brother?
It was more so what he wanted to discuss with me. After all, he was the one who came calling, not the other way around. To which, again, he voiced his concern. He wanted me to talk to you. As to what specifically, I am having trouble remembering, but I believe it had something to do with worrying for your seeming overfocus, your self-destructive methods at gaining what you want.
He said that.
And your apparent unwillingness to allow others to help you.
Make me a persuasion check.
I'm so good at those. 23.
You are so good at those. She looks at you, and the inherent rage that's just typically etched into her face kind of subsides a little bit. Her brows are still very furrowed, mind you, but it fades into a more of a look of confusion, and she just looks at you and says, "He said that."
Mayhaps in not so many words, but I believe that was largely the message.
And why could my brother, my twin, not have told me himself? Why send you to be that messenger?
The way he put it, once again, if I remember correctly, was something along the lines of, I'll put it perhaps more plainly than he did, that I would likely be the only one you'd be willing to listen to, even if just for a moment.
She kind of stiffens at that. That doesn't sound like him at all. And she says this, but as she says it, there's a hint of disbelief and concern on her face that shows that she doesn't quite buy what she's saying aloud to herself.
I learned a lot in our chat last night. I believe your brother plays the fool far more than anyone realizes, even yourself, it would seem.
She looks at you with just this very sharp, intent look in her eye. My brother knows how best to play people.
And how would this be playing you? What would he have to gain from you having a person having a chat with you in order to ideally be in your best interests?
My brother would not play me. Not me.
Then, oh my, this must be the truth. Luella takes a long drag on her pipe.
And you're doing this just out of the kindness of your own heart, are you? If what you say is true, then you and my brother are not as close as people would believe. What do you care?
There was a debt to be paid. I am paying it now. Though I will be frank, I did feel some sort of pity at your self-destruction.
Pity. Pity. Why should you pity me?
Because I can see no small amount of rage in you, and that kind of rage comes from years and years of neglect, ostracization. Someone who feels that, well, they may as well prove people right if they are going to think such terrible things, even if it is to the detriment of oneself.
If that's what you truly think. She just kind of shakes her head and averts her eyes. Then you haven't seen rage yet. Because I'm not done, Miss Stalwix. There is still so much that I need to do here. And even if my brother is well-meaning, I can't let anyone interfere. Not even him.
Oh, what cruel irony. He doesn't want to interfere with you, Adora.
She just heaves a sigh. I know. I know.
So I ask you this. Perhaps a few questions more accurately. First, Once you have outlived all those who dislike you, and yet more take their place, and you stand amongst them broken and crying, shattered, etc., etc., having burned all that hates you and all that you hate in revenge, what will you do sitting upon your throne of ashes with your brother? And secondly, I ask you this. Which would you say among you two is happier? The one seeking to enact this revenge, this rage, or the one who is seeking to be something else, more sociable and have fun, even if it is perhaps seen by many as over the top.
Fun. Fun.
Yes, Adora,
You think this is
fun.
about fun? You have no idea what I am up against. You have no idea. No idea what I aim to do. What I'm going to do. And by the stars, I will see it through. I have to. Good day. And she will briskly start to turn away unless you snag her for something else.
If you are unwilling to share your plans with anyone, no one will be willing to help you with them.
You can see
That's all she'll say.
You can see her tail wagging in agitation as you get that last quip in, and her shoulders kind of bristle as she has to like physically hold herself back from trying to get the last word, but she just continues to stomp off. All right.
Oh, that went rather about as I expected.
That went about as we expected. Luella, I think you also wanted to see if you could catch up to Oleander.
Yeah, since technically Oleander wanted to talk to Luella.
True, I think it was the vice versa. So, if we want to continue off of that, Oleander, as you're going about your morning, you spot Luella on the terrace.
Oleander will approach. He's likely carrying a book about King Cyrus. If he sees Princess Adora, he's going to stay out of her eye line. Actually, no, he'll put the book in his bag so that he can actually at least not be accused of any more stuff.
Smart.
But he'll approach Luella and kind of like do like a Miss Stalwix, may I speak with you?
Would that be the one appraiser coming to speak to me?
I apologize. I might have overestimated myself yet again. But may I speak to you truly?
Of course.
Oleander will go. He can't stand the chair, so he's just gonna plop right down next to Luella and like overlook the terrace. I would like to apologize for my behavior the other day. I have been on the back foot, the back hoof, as you will, ever since I came here, and I'm only just now getting a hold of myself. So, my behavior the other day and those threats, it was brash and retaliatory and based upon rumors I'm not even sure were true. So, I'd like to apologize, as Demas has been the only truly kind person here to me. And what I was doing was purely, at the time, defense of him. Because I've been without allies here for a majority of my time. And so when he spoke to me, I was angered, and I take after my father in ways that are not good as a rogue, so I'd like to apologize and offer anything you would like in return, if there was anything I could give you as an apology. And like you can see, like he's sinking deeper and deeper into himself. And like his ears are like slanted and like against his head.
Hmm. From what I understand, given how you have decided to introduce yourself today, this is rather a large favor that you are offering me.
I made a rather insidious threat if I didn't mean it. If I'm all bluff and bluster, I still think I should owe appropriately what I'm apologizing for. Of course, there is a little caveat. I know I should not make a caveat with an apology, but since this all started with Damus, I must ask that your favor does not relate to him if we can make it possible. If not, well, I will see.
Hmm. I think I shall hold on to this favor for a while, if you do not mind, so long as you make no further threats.
I have realized that you can see Oleander just look out into the distance. I think I need to give up on any of my roguish tendencies. It's not fit for me. I don't think I should even be relying on it now. And like his ears kind of like perk up a little. I've been an archaeologist first and foremost for many years now, and it's only now that I've leaned back on these abilities, and the more I think about it, the more it sort of disgusts me. But
Well,
that Oleander will kind of like realize what he's saying is like, oh, I didn't mean to get so existential. Is that the word?
I believe it is.
I realize that I've been torn between two worlds for a bit, and maybe it's finally to consolidate that. But for now, I do believe we have some place to be in a few.
I believe we
But,
do.
but Luella, I truly do mean I did not mean that threat. That was again, that was a side of me that I am realizing I'm not fond of.
Well, I am one to believe there is always a path to retribution, or recompense at least. You will see no further hostility from me, so
I'm
long
just
as you are of
realizing
this
now.
mind.
I'm just realizing now what I said. Oh my god, can I take that back? the place. I know we're supposed to be in another place.
Oh, true, true. Yeah, I'll allow it.
But
How about for the sake of things, just change it to something like I have somewhere to be or something.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry about that. That was a different brain working. But thank you, Luella, and whatever you wish of me, I'll see to my best it fulfilled before I think it's time I hang up these rogue boots.
I believe we'll have a lot to talk about in regards to that in the future.
Well, I must be off.
Of course. I thank you for your apology.
I thank you for your time. And he deeply bows and then goes away and walks off. Not in the direction of the observatory. He's going to like make more of like a big walk around.
All right. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before we dive into our observatory scene? Okay. For those of you... Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I would like to add just a quick little, like, cute thing.
Yeah.
Because we're meeting after luncheon, right?
During.
During. Oh.
Correct.
Okay, before heading off, Gwyn would try to approach Luella really quick just to hand her a hangover cure and simply say, "A kindness free of charge, no favors attached," as requested. And then he'll walk off to the observatory.
She will silently take it.
I will say, just for funsies, Luella, as you are walking by, the dining hall as luncheon is starting to get underway, you catch a glimpse of Alto, and it is just positively disgusting how this man looks so awake and alert and put together, like glowing like nothing had ever happened, like he's never experienced a hangover in his life. He is immaculately well put together, hair styled, and he is just grinning and socializing.
Those darn youngins.
Yep.
He's gonna learn in 10 years.
That's right. It'll hit him soon enough. But yes, for those of you who are attempting to get to the observatory discreetly, I would like you to make some stealth checks, please.
Where is my stealth?
Can I note something? That
Yeah.
Topaz is appearing in disguise.
Ooh, okay. Even better.
Perception check.
We'll get there.
Luella's flying in through the window.
Crashing through the glass dome.
Well, no, if it's an observatory and there's a telescope,
That's true.
it has to have a window.
Gwyn, do I have
Oleander's doing well.
Uh,
Continue.
I was just saying,
Yes.
I need a check from Gwyn. If you are being stealthy.
But stealthy by entering the observatory, like from the outside.
Mm-hmm. Like if you're
so
being discreet about your journey, your path to the observatory.
I'm gonna ask: is everyone else being stealthy? Since we have flight. Uh,
Everyone else has rolled stealth checks, so I presume yes. They're being quiet and discreet about it.
Because I'm debating,
We
would
were
it be
told to.
more... We were told to, but would it add to the stealth if I, like, walked in normally to treat that the observatory is, like, a normal thing right now, in case any of us fail?
You know what? I'll count that. I'll count that. You're
sense.
acting with an air of nonchalance. So give that roll.
You got that. Yeah! That's a 9. I don't get any maneuvers for this.
That's all right. That's all right. The group did well overall. So, making minor notes. Cool. All right. Each of you find your way to the observatory. You each take stock of each other. Gwyn, Topaz, Oleander.
Topaz still in disguise.
Are you still in disguise?
Yes.
All
They're
right,
keeping
some
the disguise.
random person. Oleander.
What is
They're-
Topaz disguised as?
Yeah,
They're a
Pers-
goblin dressed in a suit.
a very
Perception.
well dressed goblin. Oleander, Luella, and Damus is here as well. And last, never least, always keen to make an entrance, comes Essie. Who shuts the door, locks it behind him, and just smiles at each of you.
So I take it that is everyone, yes?
He looks at you, and kind of curiously, yes.
Topaz will drop the disguise upon yes.
Ah,
I just wanted to make sure. You said to arrive discreetly, so I figured not being myself would be as discreet as I could be.
very good.
So, an unknown goblinoid guest entering an observatory in a stealthy manner isn't supposed to be intriguing.
Perhaps it's just a matter of not me.
Question two about the general thing. We know that Dame Leonore has a type, and it's dwarves and halflings. Does she have any goblin servants?
You know, I hadn't considered it. I had not
Goblins get
considered it, but you know, yeah, we'll say there's some goblins amongst her staff. Why not?
There's gotta be some goblins in this building. It's not that weird.
Exactly. Goblin rights, equal opportunity employment here.
Equal
But
opportunity.
are there any mind goblins?
But yes, Essie will take in each of you and walk up to join you. Just thank you, each of you, for being here so promptly and responding to my note. I trust no one had any issues coming here.
Simple enough, I suppose.
Good.
Just the stairs.
Ah. My apologies. I should have anticipated that for you, Mr. Oleander. Do forgive my negligence at the thought.
It's quite alright.
Well, I'm sure that you're all wondering what this is about. Some more so than others. But I like to think that of the people in Hollow Light, you five, I can trust. Or at least trust that you will be helpful in assisting me. You see, this is a matter of delicacy and vital importance. And I hope you'll all understand why I've kept it quiet for so long and only divulged certain pieces of information to certain people. I had to be sure. I'm sure you understand. So, what this all comes down to is Queen Isolde, the last star before myself. My sister and her husband, King Cornelius, are not in the heavens as they should be. I've made this discovery some time ago, and it is of the utmost importance that I find out what happened to her and who did it. So, I have called each of you here, not just because I trust you, but because I think that each of you possess some piece of this puzzle, this mystery. And I hope that by sharing this secret, you can trust to share yours with me. Because it's not just about me, about my sister. This could be much bigger than any of us. Now, I understand that, Mr. Oleander, you have in your possession something of great interest.
I'm not saying this. This is out of character. Ah, damn it.
Gwyn's eyes just like wide open looking at Oleander.
Oleander turns his eyes towards Damus for a little bit, and he sighs, reaches into the bag, and pulls out the dagger. Well, first off, he pulls out the sheathed dagger very slowly, and then he pulls out the dagger itself, and he'll keep it in his hands, but he'll like hold it very close to his chest and kind of like put it on display for Essie. Now I found this in a rather remote village off of a tip who I'm not sure from. And this, as I have concluded, is a crystal dagger with the actual royal seal upon it, as far as I'm aware. It's dated 150 years ago, and I'm still not sure who it belongs to.
Essie gets very close to it. Like, just a sort of morbid fascination with it.
Oleander kind of backs up.
And he clocks that you are like backing up like whoa, and he'll stop, but he just sort of cocks his head at it, just. So that is what they look like. And you are certain this is genuine?
There's no one better than me to authenticate a crystal dagger.
Of course. You are the undisputed expert, after all.
There is something else. And Oleander will put the dagger back in his bag unless Essie stops him.
He won't stop you, no.
I have received communication about a crystal sword. I'm not sure if it's actually a sword or if it has been a mistranslation, but there is a chance that a crystal sword exists currently.
A sword? But I thought that witches used knives, daggers, something smaller. A sword would be too unwieldy to... And he sort of places a hand on his chest and then... You're quite certain?
I'm not 100%. I have only received communication that there is records within a ledger, and the cipher and language used by witches. You can mistake sword for dagger or sword for knife very easily, as they are very similar in the codex, but... And he kind of like looks up, but there is a small chance that a crystal sword exists out there.
Why would
Topaz.
someone make us so? Oh,
Topaz, make me a history check with advantage real quick.
okay. It's a dirty 20.
You have a flash of a memory from the second trial. You're not certain, but you were fighting close enough to the prince to recognize that his sword did have a bit of an odd sheen to it. You didn't think much of it at the time, in the heat of combat, but it might be of interest now.
If you don't mind me hopping in here.
Certainly, go ahead.
I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, but I mean, I know gemstones very well, and oh my goodness, you could see that she's just like kind of like starting to like hyperventilate a little bit of just like, oh god, what am I insinuating in this? When we were fighting in the second trial, I crossed with Prince Alto, albeit briefly, and his sword had a strange glow to it, but not like any gemstone that I know. I don't want to... He seems like a nice person, but do you think you spoke about a crystal sword? Like, what if it is? And you said the royal seals on the dagger? What if there's another crystal weapon in there?
Oleander, you said you found this after a recent dig, correct? From a village, unable to identify the actual owner of the dagger and its intended purpose?
Yes, all I can say is that it's dated to 150 years ago.
Then
So
who's this? Sorry, go ahead.
So my only guess would be for it to be within at least the royal castle within those years.
Oh,
Well, then who's to say this blade that Alto wields if it's not another sort of heirloom?
it is an heirloom, though. He said that it belonged to Bastion and to Marius and to Cornelius.
Then perhaps if you truly, after seeing his character, your judge of character of him, perhaps to him it is nothing more than a memento. So don't be afraid to speak your mind.
It would be easy to find out for sure.
Easy. Would it?
What, should one of us challenge him to a duel or something?
I don't think that would be required, no.
Oh, okay.
I don't think a duel would be necessary, Mick Stoneheart. However, Miss Stalwix, I understand it might be impertinent of me to ask this considering current speculation, but you seem at ease with the prince of late? What do you make of his character?
Well, at first glance, and by all accounts, he is sociable, not unkind, though far more cunning than he might let on. At least by my measure.
I have a similar read on the man. My experience with him, I think he was a little off-put by at least my honest demeanor, but there was a certain softness to him. I can't imagine he would be a mastermind of something like this. But
again, it would be easy to confirm.
How so, Miss Stalwix?
The most cunning of people tend to be the most paranoid. And so, when you approach one saying that you know all and you are aware of their plans, what would they do? Oh, shining star.
I imagine they would feign innocence or panic.
And even if they were to feign innocence, what would they likely do after? Enact a plan B, begin dealing with the situation. Calmly or not, they will take action.
He must have known that I at least saw what his sword was made of, and he openly told me it was a family heirloom. He doesn't seem like he's got something to hide. He wouldn't have told me that otherwise. It was my second conversation with the man. That's not something you just drop out in the open.
Especially if it's part of some plan that he wishes to hide.
Agreed. I think there is a foolish element of pride to Prince Alto, but not so foolish that if he were intending me any sort of harm that he would be so brazen about it. Well, crystal daggers, crystal sword. Any other crystal weaponry I should be aware of?
I believe I heard that some of the glasses in the manor are made of crystal, though I suspect they are of little danger to you.
Topaz's last name is also Stoneheart, so perhaps...
We don't deal much in crystal, given the negative connotation of the stuff.
I believe it was outlawed to own a significant amount of crystal back in King Cornelius' time, if I remember correctly.
Sure enough. Oleander, you clock that Damus is sweating right now.
I, I, uh, I can't really do anything because I can't like hold his hand or.
I want to insight check. I want to insight check.
I want to insight check him too.
Yeah, I would say yes. Oleander, you know him well enough to sort of, clock his mannerisms right away. The three of you make either, like, insight checks or perception checks just to see what Damus is up to, because he's been very quiet this whole time.
Dirty 20.
Advantage on insight, you say?
I did say that.
Also a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Plus 11 and the lowest.
Damus has been very quiet throughout this whole conversation. And because of that, it's pretty easy for your eyes and ears to gravitate towards him, because first of all, you're kind of wondering why is he here of all people, and he is nervous, visibly nervous, like face pale, palms sweaty, mom spaghetti nervous. And it's quite apparent, just by looking at him, that he is a bundle of nerves at this conversation.
To be fair, he always is.
Yeah.
That is true, but even more so than usual.
If I can, as the person that gave him a pep talk, I see him receding compared to how he was before.
Mm-hmm.
And just, are you... I mean, Damus, are you feeling all right? You seem more soft than I found you the other day.
No, I'm all right. It's just a lot to... It's a lot to take in, isn't it? I mean, Royal's missing and secret crystal weapons and it's all happening here and now. It's just it's a lot.
Can I monologue token Essie right now?
Sure. Essie is looking at each of you, and the wheels in his head are turning. There is a healthy amount of anxiety and excitement and dread. Just this potent cocktail of turbulent emotions as he is clawing his way to the truth of things. And I think in the back of his mind too, there's a touch of frustration as he has all these pieces and they just aren't fitting together yet. Something is missing. Something has not been considered yet. And he doesn't know what.
Damus, if you got something to share, I think this is at least a pretty safe space. I mean, we're literally talking about the royal family being incriminated on witchcraft.
Damus makes a not-so-subtle glance in Oleander's direction.
Oleander's not gonna...
Continue.
Dear, you can't just always rely on Oleander.
No, I suppose not. He still looks again at Oleander.
Oleander gives a very light nod and like mouths, go ahead if you want to.
He
and,
gives
he
you
will, a little brush up with the side of his with his haunch.
He gives a little shaky nod of his head, and if possible, the color drains from his face all the more. Okay, and he'll reach into his inner coat pocket, and the one that's pressed up against his chest, and he very slowly, almost like it kind of pains him, reveals his own black crystal dagger.
Oh. 3 crystal weapons in one place.
And he kind of gives a pleading look to Essie. Just, I didn't have this to harm anybody. I promise. It's just, this was a gift, and I've had it for almost as long as I can remember. Well, Essie chimes in. Anything else? Any other weapons that I should be notified of? Lest I lose my heart within the next night. And Damus kind of cows at that, and he tucks it back into his coat pocket.
Hold on now.
I think we should have that on the table.
Shouldn't we at least destroy any that we come across at this point? Historical significance be damned. Quite literally, someone's life lies on these blades.
And yet also may evidence lie upon those blades as to what happened to our lost star.
I feel at least maybe we should consider getting rid of Damus's. Not that I don't trust you, it's just... Well... I guess I'm just a little worried.
I understand why you would be.
You would... DM... Did we see Damus using blood magic in the trial?
Yeah, He wasn't very subtle about it.
Okay. And you were doing blood magic during the...
Yes, it's a kind of a part of my alchemy. My blood is a very potent ingredient. It's full of life and energy. Essie is going to eye him kind of suspiciously at this moment. And
Can Oleander clock Essie looking at Damus?
Oh, he's not hiding it. He's not hiding it. You can definitely clock it.
Topaz is looking back at Essie, worried too.
And Essie is going to approach Damus, get very close to him, and hold out his hand to Damus, and just let me see it. Just for a moment, and I'll return it to you. And Damus, the color is just draining out of this man's body. And he nods his head and takes the dagger and with shaky hands gives it to Essie. And he kind of twirls it in his hands for a little bit. And without any warning, just a little of the blade across the pad of Damus's thumb. And before Damus can hiss and, wince in pain and take his hand back, Essie holds his hand firm, brings it to his mouth, and he tastes the blood. Interesting.
Oleander's eyes are wide.
I thought it was a mistake of mine, but it is true. We do know our own kind, to an extent. There's something of the heavens about you, Damus. And he hunkers into himself, holding his now cut hand against his chest. And for anyone who is close enough to him, you can see the little cut on his thumb sutures back up by magic and is healed. Now, why would someone with stardust in their blood have a crystal dagger like that, Damus? It was a gift from my master. That's it, I swear. Your master. Cassian, was it? And he nods at that.
Oh my.
Wait.
Damus?
He kind of really sheepishly turns to look at you, Luella.
I don't believe I asked at the time. I can't imagine I would have ever thought of the possibility until now. Your master sent you here to claim the heart of a star. Yes?
He very nervously looks between you and Essie and back, and nods his head.
Did he say by what means?
He pauses and nods his head again.
And?
You have to know that I wouldn't. I couldn't, and I won't. I can't.
But you were told to.
He pauses. And this time he can't look at any of you. He just stares at his feet. And he nods again.
In the pause, Oleander flips his hand into Damus's. He's not being stealthy about it, and he's not like trying to make a message or anything. It's just a symbol of I'm here.
I mean, that would mean that your master Cassian is a witch.
Another long pause. And a nod of his head.
Essie, I believe you have your prime suspect.
Yes. So it would seem, but that can't be it. Your master, Cassian, the well-regarded sage presumed dead, a witch. That adds up. I can believe that. But what of Mr. Oleander's crystal dagger? What of the sword? I have to believe there's more to this.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
When exactly did Queen Isolde and King Cornelius fall out of the sky? Is there an exact date you can trace it back to?
Time works a little differently in the heavens, and I don't... My mother was the first to notice that word had reached her ears that Isolde was meant to have returned to the heavens. People on the surface were talking about it. But she wasn't there. And that must have been... And she eyes Damus. He eyes Damus. That was 14 years ago, wasn't it, Damus?
Wait, she never made it back up?
I don't believe so. No. If she had, I would have known for certain.
So, wait. Our star maps have been wrong all this time?
Potentially. Granted, Isolde's prior position was not seen and not visible to the naked eye. You would require a very powerful telescope to be able to see her, much like the one here. Hence, I confirmed my suspicions that she was not there.
But 14 years ago.
Yes. My mother led a search party for her. And, unfortunately, seemed to end up on the wrong side of the wall. Eyes at Damus again. And this is Damus chiming in. I did come across a fallen star when I was a kid. I went into the crater and all I found was a rock. And when I touched it, I could tell that it was magical or powerful, and I felt its energy flow through me. So I believe that, and he eyes Essie kind of nervously. You mean to say that that was your, And Essie just nods. So it would seem. Well, now we know why a witch would take such interest in you, Damus. What better apprentice than than one with stardust in his veins? I imagine that... I imagine you are subject to many of his initial experiments for immortality as a replacement for a heart. And Damus doesn't respond to that. He just kind of blanches all over again. So, I think I wish to do away with the notion that my sister fell again from the heavens. I don't believe that's correct. It is my belief that she never got the opportunity to return.
That would mean that Cornelius didn't either.
Correct.
This changes the suspect list. History check or like, when was Queen Isolde supposed to return to the heavens with King Cornelius?
Yeah, and I believe I've mentioned this before, so I'm not gonna make you roll a history check for it. They ascended to the heavens, after Marius was born, shortly after he was born.
Or they were supposed to.
So it is said, yes.
And so this is still like around 150 something, 120 something years ago or some shit, right?
Give or take.
You can see like Oleander's gears turning. This doesn't exclude any witches of that era. And I have a thought, though I'm not sure how true it is. I received the previous contestant list of the last trial, and nothing really stood out to me except Prince Cyrus. As told in the history books, Prince Cyrus died to the Witches' Coven, Children of Dawn. But I think there's always been theories that Cyrus himself might have belonged to the Coven, and it was more of a cover-up.
Curious that the two brothers would compete, though I suppose not unheard of, since our own princelings are technically in competition with each other.
Perhaps with one less being wholeheartedly committed to success.
It is interesting that there is foils across history.
Does tend to repeat itself, I suppose. I'm not suggesting, by the way, that this can be solved this very instant, or even today. And he sort of kind of deflates a little bit, or even by the end of the trials, I know I won't be able to keep this secret forever, but I ask that should you find anything, or think of anything at all, that you bring it to me. Are we agreed?
Of course.
Oleander gives a nod.
As you wish, O Shining One.
Of course, my star.
Good. We shouldn't tarry too long, otherwise people might notice all of us missing at one time. Damus, however, and he sort of slowly lifts his head, not fully raising his gaze to meet Essie directly. I think I would like to take that dagger from you, all things considered. And he nods, he gets it. And he passes it on to Essie. And before he withdraws entirely, he reaches into the other side of his coat pocket. If I know how everything looks right now, but if I may, I didn't have a chance to before. I'm not good with words and with people, and I couldn't think to speak to you alone, but if I may do so now. And Essie just kind of has a curious look about him and motions for him to continue, and he reaches into the other side of his interior jacket pocket and procures a little paper-wrapped cylindrical parcel. Very unassuming looking. And he hands it to Essie. I know what things look like, but this is what I wanted to give you most. And with that sort of peaked, quizzical brow, Essie unwraps the paper off of it. And you see in his hand is what appears to be a plain black candle. And Essie looks up at him. Where did you get this? For those of you who are interested, I wish for you to make either a history or an arcana check.
Ah, dang it.
Also, dang it.
The lore, hand it over.
23.
You know, Oleander, I will let you have advantage on this roll. You are our witch expert, so I will grant you the knowledge of this one. So Oleander and Topaz and Gwen, you would each recognize this either from your research history or from stories. This is what is called a Babylon candle. This is essentially a teleportation device with no limits. You light the candle, you think of where you want to go, and you go. This has been the primary way that stars have returned to the heavens. However, because Babylon candles are technically witchcraft, their use has been effectively banned, with some exceptions, and their use has faded out. So as the years and decades and centuries pass on, we have seen fewer and fewer of these, making them more and more rare.
Oleander's looking at it very excitedly.
When I heard that I was coming here and when I was told what was expected of me, I stole it. And I wanted to give it to you because things could be dangerous. Thank you, Damus, though I hope I shan't be needing it anytime soon. Well, an enlightening conversation, to be sure. I hope that you all may remain in each other's confidences, as you are in mine. Please feel free to share information amongst yourselves and with myself, but as ever, until the trials are over, I ask for secrecy and discretion. Thank you, each of you. I know that we're treading on some dangerous ground. And I am eternally grateful.
Do our best. See.
That is all I can ask for. Now, we should be going. One by one, I think.
Oh, if it's not too much trouble, I was hoping, Gwyn and Essie, that you could stick around for a moment.
Kind of shifts his eyes between the two of you and gives a smile. Of course.
Gwyn's got the most smug look on his face.
Well, Miss Stalwix, Mr. Oleander, and Damus. Thank you. I'm sure we'll be speaking to each other soon and frequently.
Oleander gives a nod. Yes, very much.
All right. Oleander, Luella, and Damus part ways. I'll come back to you guys in a moment, but yes, we will have this moment with Topaz and Gwyn and Essie. So, Topaz, you asked for them to stay. I will let you kick things off.
All right. So, Topaz is first going to turn to Essie and just be like, I want to make sure it's clear that we'll likely be more so talking with each other, but it's something I think you need to hear. So I'll just... She's like very much like stuttering over her words. Okay, here we are. Okay. Gwyn.
Yes. Dear Topaz.
I have a few questions for you, and she looks back and forth between Essie and Gwyn. considering the situation we find ourselves in, I thought it'd be important to have a bit of an open dialogue, since I mean, my father always told me that the key for relationships involving multiple partners is to have strong and honest and open communication with each other to make sure proper boundaries are set for everyone, and that no one gets jealous of another. So, considering that's where we are finding ourselves, that's the basis here.
Essie takes a seat on like one of the benches in the observatory and just sort of leans forward, like with this big smug grin on his face, just, and what situation would you say we find ourselves in, Topaz?
Well, I have affections towards you. Gwyn, you have affections towards Essie, correct?
Very much so.
And Gwyn, at the very least, you have affections towards me.
I believe I made that quite clear last night.
Right. I guess then, do you intend to woo us for both of our hands?
Essie is looking at you very expectantly, that same smug face plastered on him.
Oh, don't you look at me like that. I know quite well how your affections work. It's the idea of Essie and Gwyn giggling. Yes, Topaz. If you would like me to be forthright and do away with the teasing, yes.
Okay. I mean, I know... Huh.
My,
I know...
what a greedy man you are, Sir Gwyn. Wanting his cake and eating it too.
Pray tell then. Look at you fattening yourself up on more than just one. I do believe there's something you should confess to, dear Topaz, as well.
I've said my piece to each of you.
I'm sure that Essie is involved with more than just us romantically. That makes perfect sense to me, considering the goals here. I understand that. And, I mean, Gwyn, you said that both me and Essie share the peak for you. That we are
Essie's head
equals.
Snaps to you, Gwen.
Snaps to who? You cut out there?
to you, Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
What is equals? In
Yes.
your
I did. Calling you anything less would be a dismerit for the affections I hold.
Okay.
Unless you have a problem with considering Essie an equal. Or, I mean, considering Topaz an equal, or myself, Essie.
Well, I don't have a problem with it, per se, but I think the both of you should be aware that while at Hololight, what we do is our own business. But when I make my choice, that person is mine for eternity. And I do expect the utmost devotion.
Of course. I know what I told you. I do hold you above all others.
I want to insight check Essie right there.
Uh-huh.
That devotion, does he want it to be one-sided? How toxic is this man? Yeah! Superiority die.
Oh my god. So, Gwen, your interactions with Essie, you have this pretty clear indicator, and you've even said it yourself at the end of the third trial. Essie is kind of a brat. He loves being loved. He loves attention. And while he has a very clear fondness and affection for each of you, you know he really wants that devotion, that all-consuming romance, so to speak, for him. He really likes that idea.
Gwyn,
Yes, Topaz.
going to ask you my second question.
By all means.
It's, I suppose, a bit two-parted, but why do you want me? What does it accomplish? That's one thing I haven't been able to figure out.
He ponders for a moment. I found that I asked myself that question very, very often. I will do away with the teasing and the flirting and the motions against you and Essie here, but all through my life I questioned why I cared for the people around me. To what purpose would they serve other than to be the bodies that I stepped over in my ascension? And I gave in to that curiosity, and let those around me go. And I found myself all the more lust for it. And I never truly understood why until these trials, until interacting with the people here, messy as they all are. In a way, all of you wear your hearts on your sleeves. I want you simply because I want you. I could list numerous qualities of yourself that bring me amusement, joy, desire, but it all leads to the same point. I want you.
Amusement? I'm not an object, Gwyn. Be amused.
I never said so. There's humor in our words, though we each trip up. I don't wish to keep anyone in a case on display, Topaz. Essie can detail my trial to you if he so wishes, if that would help alleviate your concerns. But I have no intention of using people I care about in such a way.
Can you do something for me?
Of course.
Can you call him Essie? And not just a star, like an object?
Apologies, I often intermingle between the two. I find it to be endearing, but I will refer to him as only Essie around you, and Essie, if you wish for me not to call you that when it is us alone, you need only ask.
Dear Topaz, ever my knight in shining armor, It's all right. I know what I am. I know what Sir Gwyn thinks of me. I know that he does not just see a heart, a star. He speaks the truth in that regard. I offered as such in his trial. I offered him the means to seize the heart for itself, for what it was, if it meant moving his ambitions forward. And he refused.
As Essie's describing this, Gwyn is turning away from Topaz, not wishing to show the expression on his face. Turning away from the both of them. Sorry, continue, Maris.
Monologue token, Gwyn.
You son of a bitch! You stinky. As Gwyn turns away, he thinks back to everything he's spoken just now, how he wishes to be strong enough, to be better than the man he was before because of these people before him. One who does not need to use and throw away people for his cause. But he feels gross. Feels upset at himself for this intrusive thought, this idea that he's failed himself in some regard in admitting to what he did during the trial in some way, shape, or form. Just an intrusive thought, small though it may be. It's causing his expression to change, and he does not want to show it. There's your monologue.
So then, I suppose you... I suppose you were true then.
I wanted to
was-
see if the man was more than just his ambitions.
And when you were with me, Gwyn, you told me, and what at least I believe is you showed me your true self in that same way. And that's why you pursue me. Because you are more than your ambitions.
Turns back around with the simple smile he's always had on. Change is a very scary thing. But I find myself all the more willing to embrace it for the people here. And I don't want either of you to admit this, in a small way from the others who are here, as well as Parthenia and a few others, Dame Leonora, the twins. But yes. I have nothing to hide behind my ambitions. Not anymore.
Do you think you'd still chase them even if you did not have Essie's heart?
I want to be strong enough to do both. So if Essie chooses you, and would still have me, I would still scrape and dig through mud and dirt to achieve what I desire. Ambition renewed.
Maybe if you had us both, things would be a bit less lonely.
I suppose, our dear Essie would appreciate having two sources of devotion by his side. But he can only get to choose one.
Oops.
Unfortunate though it may be. After all, between the pair of you, Miss Stalwix, the twins, Even Mr. Oleander, though, I think he's rather cross with me right now. Miss Parthenia. Cordelia. My, so many admirers to choose from, aren't there? He just gives that smug grin again.
Not Captain Wild, though.
Ah, Captain Wild. He is a very fine man. Handsome. Wealthy. Powerful. Adventurous. Hopeless romantic. Something's missing, though, from him, I'm afraid. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Fair enough. Gwyn?
Yes?
I'm still worried. But I'm trying to trust you.
I understand.
She's gonna walk over to him and just give him a kiss on the cheek.
He'll take it in stride, and
I do like you. I'm sure you're probably able to read my scribbles, considering everything, but, right.
Oh, you mean these, as he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls up the folded up letter?
No.
Essie raises his brows as he watches this exchange.
Oh, you would
Essie,
like that,
it's-
wouldn't you?
I
Go
did.
ahead.
I told you what it was. I told you what I told him, and where my feelings lie. Got nothing to hide.
Sincere to the end.
People have been saying that, haven't they? Okay, I don't know if I'm feeling much better, but I think at least this was important. Oh,
I think we've all earned a bit of reprieve from the heavy atmosphere here.
okay.
I would offer to keep you both company, but I feel a certain someone has enjoyed a bit too much attention for now.
Why, whatever could you mean?
Regardless, perhaps you should go see your sibling Topaz. Or Wild, for that matter.
Oh, yes, we are having a meeting later today.
Really?
I imagine the both of them now raise their eyebrows.
What? You know that we're close?
I do know that.
It's-
Gives a little gives a continued smug kitty face.
It's nothing of the sort, I assure you. I'm asking him to help me out with something. It's a secret though.
All right, everyone is entitled to a few little secrets.
Oh my goodness. I feel like all the confidence I've built over the last few days is completely gone from me now. Okay,
Topaz, if I may, we've been talking a lot about what Gwyn wants, what I want. What do you want? What would make you happy?
feel wanted to be loved. To be swept up in emotion. and to feel those feelings strongly, and know that they can push away those thoughts in my head that say that I don't deserve them. That's what I'm fighting internally. That's what makes me nervous. That I'm just a plaything.
Topaz,
That's
I want to make something very clear. I play and I tease. But if you'll permit me this moment to be sincere, I have to make a choice at the end of this. And if it is not you, I never want you to doubt the fondness I feel for you. Do you understand?
I think she's gonna sniffle a little bit, feeling a tear coming on. She'll just silently nod her head like 4 times quickly.
Did Essie approach Topaz while saying that? Getting up from the bench and walking closer to him?
Yes, I would say so. Knowing that when Topaz gets anxious, the jitters start. Essie's learned this now. And so he'll...
She's absolutely doing it with her hands.
Mm-hmm.
So, following the routine of grounding them with taking their hands.
If it's all right, Lily, I would like Gwyn to mimic the same thing as Essie and approach Topaz from the other side as well. Sort of like in between a rock and a hard place. And should anything happen during these trials, I don't want you of anything that you should have faith of in me. If there's anything that you should have no doubt about, every word I've shared with you, every kindness I've given you, truly comes from how attracted I am to you, how much I value you and your presence.
He was holding it together pretty well, just because Essie and him have had this conversation a few times. That, I think she would just start bawling and fall to her knees.
Group hug.
Group hug. Group hug.
Thank you. You don't know how much that means to me.
I don't know what has caused this festering doubt, Topaz, but I wish that... I wish you would view yourself as I do. As I'm sure we both do.
I'm trying. Believe me, I'm trying, and it's getting better. I think you can see that.
I never had any doubt. Not from the moment that you so brazenly approached me on the first day.
Or the time when I brazenly approached you on the 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Or confessed my feelings to you not once, but twice.
You did, as a matter of fact. Well, I hope this, in some semblance, clears the air a bit for you, Topaz. I know that things are muddled while the trials are ongoing. But I hope that you can trust in each of us that we speak the truth.
I do.
Good.
I do.
Good. Well, much as I would love to, we shouldn't tarry much longer.
Right. I'm sorry for keeping you both. No, that's not right. That's not what I should say here. Thank you for sticking around.
Much better. He'll give you a little smooch on the forehead.
Okay, I'll be the first to go. I'm okay.
As Topaz leaves, I think it would be nice for Topaz to hear this. Gwyn is gonna turn to Essie and say, "I got to see a whole new side of yourself just now."
Would you like a kiss on your forehead, Sir Gwyn?
Always, but I just thought it'd be nice for you to know that I'm all the more smitten by you for it.
Well, perhaps you could spare some of those pretty words for me next time. And he'll give you a little curtsy and walk out of the observatory. All right.
Just that. It's gonna breathe in and just walk out afterwards. Like, damn.
All right. So while this power thruple conversation is happening, Oleander and Luella, as you are walking out of the observatory, making your way, down the stairs and through the halls of Hollow Light, I would like each of you to make some perception checks for me.
Oh my.
Oh no, that's like my worst thing, and I'm a rogue.
Nonsense.
Oh,
You both
alright.
did very well with a 21 and a dirty 20. As the both of you are walking along, you start to hear the growing volume of whispers. Two people are angrily whispering like back and forth to each other, like they're having a quiet argument. And as you get closer, you can kind of make out the identity of these voices. It sounds rather like the princelings having a little spat between each other. And you can hear Adora talking to Alto in this harsh whisper. Just, I cannot believe you right now. Are you serious, Alto? After all the things, after everything that I've tried to set up, you are going to ruin everything. And for what? For what? For Luella Stalwix? You're focusing on her when your focus should be on the star. And you hear Alto respond in kind, Adora, you know that's not what happened. Everything that I am doing, it is for you. It is for you to have the star. Well, clearly, it isn't working, Alto. Clearly, you're not performing as well as you boast, because even after spending a night with the star, you are no closer. I am no closer to claiming his heart. Think about that. And as you get closer, they can sort of hear your approach. and the hushed whispers stop, and they get quiet, and you hear footsteps as they start to leave.
I do believe my suspicions have a little more weight now.
I do think you're right. When they're walking away, is there any way Oleander can just take like a quick glance at the sword, or is he not carrying that right now?
I would, yeah, make me another perception check. I would say because there's a fair distance between you right now, I would say make that check with disadvantage, though.
Alright, please. No, I don't.
A nine. You do see his rapier strapped to his side. However, while it's in its sheath, it just looks like a sword. A very nice sword, excellent make, but it just looks like a sword.
I believe there's something more going on than we anticipated with these two.
I have some ideas that I think I need to work on. Perhaps you should work on such ideas too.
I actually already have some ideas about to happen.
Care to share?
Would you like to join me in the garden?
Oh, let's.
And I guess me and Luella are on seeing who is going to be in the garden.
Yeah, you two go to the garden. You are waiting for the appointed hour. And
hold on,
yes.
I'm going to motion for Luella to like hi with me. We don't want to be out in front.
I see. So you're hiding behind, some hedgerows, something like that. Some large topiaries.
Yeah.
Okay. You are there at the appointed time. I believe you said 2:00.
Yes.
And you wait. And you wait. And you wait. 2:00 comes, it goes. 2:05, 2:10, 2:15, 2:30.
I guess I was wrong on my idea.
Oh?
I presume there might have been a witch involved. Aside how this was before today get together.
And so you tried to set up a meet with them?
More of a smoke out, but I don't think anyone took the bait. And can I roll a perception check?
Yes.
To see if there's like anyone else here, maybe.
Yeah, by all means, make that perception check.
Nope.
So looking around, they're definitely not the only people in the gardens. It's a lovely day. People are out and about and strolling, but no one looks like they're waiting for anything.
No one's in front of the roses.
Correct. Unless in passing, people passing by, quite literally smelling the roses and then moving on.
Well, I say I must... I must have... well, not all ideas can be the best.
True.
It was a good one, but I guess no one picked the bait. I might stay a little longer, but if you wish to mosey onward, I won't mind. I won't stop you.
Hmm. I think I shall go, but Oleander, given who you purport to be, perhaps a more hands-on approach would be useful in scraping up some information. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You have a wonderful evening as well. And Oleander will stay until like 3:30.
Sure. I will say, the only thing of note that happens as you are waiting, kind of similarly, people are coming and going, enjoying the afternoon. No one really looks like they're particularly waiting, for anybody. But you do see at some point, just before 3 o'clock hits, the window of Dame Leonora's office, which sort of oversees the back gardens, the drapes do open at one point, and she kind of looks around, kind of with this quizzical expression on her face, and looks around the gardens, kind of shakes her head, closes the curtains, and that's about it.
Mm. Letter was given to Dame Leonora. Mission failure.
Someone snitched.
Alright,
But
well,
yes, unfortunately, no one seems to have taken the bait.
Oleander will return to his room until later.
Alrighty. Topaz, you also have an appointment. You've been instructed to wait in the ballroom, or meet in the ballroom, I should say.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Off you go. You return to the ballroom where sort of the opening night was held. It's this vast, exquisite, wood-paneled room, very beautiful flooring. There's curtains on all of the tall windows right now to prevent, lighting from coming in and fading. The coloring on the walls and the portraits. But when you get there, you actually don't see Wild. You see Skalm, of all people, and he's just kind of standing against one of the, columns with his arms over his chest. He's leaning against it, and he just looks kind of, kind of peeved, but that's the usual for him. He seems to have healed up well from his duel with Gwen. Just a few lingering minor cuts and bruises left over.
Oh, will Captain Wild be joining us soon?
Kind of lazily drifts his eyes and attentions to you, and just, yep, he'll be back.
Right. Then I suppose I'll just have a seat.
He shrugs at that. And you notice he's not moving, at all.
We seem to be healing quite well, at the very least.
Yep. You, Stoneheart. You're the one who said that my mental capacity was weak.
I more so meant that it is not good to be jealous of someone to the point of making threats, was my intention of the comment.
Jealous.
I mean, that seemed... You said that I captured the interest of two people, and I mean, I heard that you and Gwyn have
I said that you had
history.
I said that you had captured their interest and taken them away from their paths. Tell me, has Gwen seemed different since he's arrived here?
I mean, I can't really speak of the man beforehand, but I do think he's at least being genuine.
He just shakes his head. I don't give a shit about if he's genuine or not. Has he changed?
He thinks for a moment. I think so.
Damn.
Huh?
I knew it.
But what is new what?
And he sort of rolls his eyes back to you. Listen. You think that just because you've caught his attention for a few days that you know him? You think you're the first?
I'm sure I'm not.
You won't be the last, either.
I mean, I really know what to say to that.
And he
You
just...
think he'd move on from Essie?
He just shakes his head. I know, Gwen. I know his dreams. I know his strength. I know when he's being honest. And he didn't give me that in our fight. So, if he's not honest with me, why would he be honest? And he sort of looks you up and down with you. You don't know shit about him. Just what he wants you to see.
Skulm. I feel quite strongly that he's not someone that would betray someone that he feels fondness for.
Oh, no. Oh. No, he's fooled you well and good.
And he's fooled Essie too?
Yes. Very likely.
And a wise Skulm. How would you aim to determine his true feelings?
And he shifts his weight. You can tell he wants to move, but he can't. Because, Stoneheart, you don't know someone until you see the absolute worst in them.
I mean, I feel the aggression he showed to you during your duel was pretty harsh.
I'm sure you would think so.
I guess. But Wild told me that that's the way that at least you folks communicate.
Wild doesn't even know the half of it, but he is correct to a certain extent.
So what, I should fight Gwen?
Ha!
Get him to confess his real feelings through that? through such ways?
I would love to see that, Stoneheart. Good fucking luck.
Wild taught me
Did
what
he?
I know.
Good.
I mean, I got second place. He just knows my weaknesses. It's
You
kind of
got
unfair.
second place by rolling over and showing your belly.
I did not have the option considering his potent spellcasting.
There's always an option, Stoneheart.
Fine, I did surrender. Yes.
And that's why
I
you
think
will
that was
never...
weakness.
That's why you will never be equal to Gwen. Someone like you would only hold him back. And he knows it.
It's calm. You yourself said that he changed. Don't you think it's possible that he's changing for the better?
If it means sacrificing his dream? No.
You think you've used me as an object? Be used. I don't have a use. Just a pretty face.
Is that not a use in and of itself?
compared to Essie, I don't think so.
So man cannot have amusement while chasing his dream.
You really think I'm just amusement to him?
No one likes to hear that, Stoneheart. I just thought you should know the kind of man you think you're dealing with. And as you two are discussing, in comes Wild, and he's got in his arms bundles of paper, and sees the two of you talking, and he kind of pales a little bit, and he hurries a little quicker, and gets between the two of you just, Mick Stoneheart, thank you very much for meeting me. I hope this ruffian hasn't been bothering you.
Just sowing some discontent, I suppose.
You are good at that, aren't you, Scum? And he just kind of huffs at that. He's like, can you let me go now? Ah, yes, of course. And he snaps his fingers and releases the command spell that he had on Scum to make him stay put. And Scum just walks to the other end of the room, knowing Wild still has to keep an eye on him, unfortunately, but at least he's given the freedom of mobility now.
One moment, Scum. You just called me weak for succumbing to a spell, and yet you're sitting here controlled by one the entire time.
He just shrugs at that.
Incorrigible. Incorrigible.
Forgive my tardiness, Topaz. I was trying to find the most suitable of arrangements for us to practice with. I admit I was pleasantly surprised, but caught off guard by your request. So it's not my entire collection, but we shall make do with what we have.
Well, I mean, is it all right for us to be practicing out here? I mean, with your reputation and all, would it be better to go back to your room, or maybe they don't have a piano in your room, or I'll let you go. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Topaz, I think it'd be far more indecent to go into a man's bedroom.
Right. Right.
I promise, we'll make this quick and discreet.
Right.
And with that, he will cast prestidigitation to create the semblance of a light waltzing motif in the air for you all to practice to. And he will extend both of his hands palms up to you and just say, "Now, take my hands and I will guide you through the necessary steps."
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. And he'll step up, and I assume he's holding his hands out to lead.
He will actually, I was just about to have him ask if Topaz would prefer to lead or to be led.
I think I want to try to lead.
Very good.
I think that might be good.
Now, for this first instance, I will lead only so that you can watch my feet. And he will
Of course.
step forward, counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and move in that square box waltzing motion. Very basic steps for the time being. And then ask you to repeat, so on and so forth. And as you start to get a little more comfortable with it, he sort of leans into your intuition and lets you sort of maneuver him about the room. And as the two of you are dancing, he'll kind of look down at you and smile and just... "So, all this to impress Essie, is it?"
Yeah. No, I think yes. Sorry. Beating around the bush here.
No, it's... I understand. I perhaps should have given you some sort of instruction regarding the ways of dancing sooner.
I mean, you never did stay for too terribly long. With
No.
the notorious reputation and all.
Reputation and the concerns of an overbearing father. The two seldom go hand in hand.
Right.
And he'll let you turn him one more time, and his smile softens a little bit. "Are you all right, by the way?"
You see, she's been trying to focus, but probably mostly keeping an eye downwards at the feet to make sure that he's doing the steps all properly. And he'll just kind of slow down and look up to him and just be like, I think so. I'm a bit confused as ever, but making steps, and I think that's a good thing.
You seemed distraught after the third trial. Did you see something upsetting? Did Essie upset you?
And she very much looks down and to the left. it was distressing, but I think it's a valuable lesson in a way. But all things considered, took it in stride, and I'm doing my best.
I think you very brave for that, Topaz. That little minx certainly had a way of clawing his way into our innermost thoughts. Whatever it was that he showed you, whatever it is that you denied yourself, I'm sure it was worth it.
And she just looks into his eyes very softly. I'm sure. Thank you, Wild.
Of course. Now, the hand placement. What we've been doing works
Right.
well for beginners and, frankly, for children holding hands like this. But if you are truly to lead your partner, you would place a hand here, and he places one of your hands on his shoulder, and here, and another at his waist. And I will do the same.
Right.
And so he positions himself close enough to you to give the appearance of intimacy, but far enough away to be proper. And
Leaving room for Jesus, as
leaving a little bit of room for Jesus. And he will give you a nod and signal you to start to lead the next waltz.
In this closeness, Topaz is definitely more nervous by it. Just deep breath before taking the first step forward with her right foot.
You're
Just
doing
beginning
well.
to go forward. And once again, just finds himself looking up at Wild,
Very
trying
good.
to not look at their feet, trying
Good.
to maintain eye contact.
Good. Focus on me, on your partner, and the footwork will come easily. Sometimes it helps to let your mind wander. How are you enjoying the book I gave you?
I finished it earlier this morning.
Did you?
I did.
Much sooner than I thought you would. You must have enjoyed it.
Of course. It was wonderful.
So, what did you think of the end? Did Marion make the correct choice?
It's all sorts of roller coasters. But I think so. I mean, the way that the Cardinal just so steadfast with her and just always there for her, watching closely and making sure that she was all right. It was so soft and so sweet, and then both relationships, really. Though the others was destined for success from the start.
Yes.
Colonel Brandon. Such a man. Don't think anyone could really ask for more.
He gives a bit of a toothy grin at that, and you see, his bottom tusks, poking out. And what of Willoughby? She did love him, did she not?
She did, most certainly. Willoughby was a charmer through and through. And I do believe that he meant every word that he said to Marianne. But his past caught up with him.
Ah. Yes. I think you're right. I think the proud, handsome young man, the charmer through and through, I think he did love her. Could have had Marion. If that pride and the mistakes of his past had not come back to haunt him.
I must admit I was right on Marianne's side, wishing that he would come around the corner and make amends. When he didn't. Oh,
No, he married another in the end.
right. A shame. Maybe that's not the right word, but
Is it a shame for Marion to have settled for her second
no.
choice?
I wouldn't say so. I could just... The love that she held for Willoughby, so strong. I think the love that Brendan held for... And she stops at that, like, as she's saying this. And looks up to him. And pauses.
He follows your lead, or lack thereof, and stops as well.
That's...
Is everything all right, Topaz? You were doing so well.
Wild.
Yeah. Yes.
I just want... Thank you.
Of course. It's no hardship for me to instruct you in the ways of the waltz. It's really quite simple. You're a natural at it.
You... think I have a chance with him?
With him? Which... Essie? With Essie, you mean?
Right, of course.
Unless there's... another
gotten myself right mixed up, haven't I?
There is, isn't there?
I, um...
It's all right. You don't have to tell me.
You can see she's like soft, having a little bit of like a soft panic attack.
He'll take his hands and, if you permit him, just very gently cup both the sides of your face. Topaz, it's all right. It's all right. I'm here.
Yeah. You are. Always watching me. Making sure.
That's right. Breathe deeply now.
Right.
Breathing is just as easy as dancing. Counting to 3.
1, 2, 3.
There you are.
Right.
It's okay.
Right. Yes. I should probably be heading back.
Of course.
And I'd be, no, I can stay. I can
No.
stay.
No, Topaz. It's quite all right. We shouldn't linger for too long, anyway. And he sort of snaps his fingers, and the music stops. And he'll take your hands in his, give them a little bit of a squeeze, and nods his head to you. I think with a little practice, you will be leading anybody that you wish on this dance floor. Whoever that lucky individual might be.
Right. I've got this.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt in my mind.
Thank you. I want to try this again. One more time. But perhaps tomorrow. We...
Tomorrow, then.
Mm.
I look forward to it with bated breath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Try some different dances then.
Very good. I'll procure us some better music next time as well.
Yes, of course.
Something more jovial.
Something more jovial. She has a genuine smile on her face. It's not worried. Feeling calmer. But... till tomorrow, then.
Till
She'll
tomorrow.
do a curtsy.
He'll give a slight, polite bow. Watch her leave the ballroom. And yeah, you had your very first dance lesson with Captain Wild. Next up. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm great.
How you doing? Alright, next up. Oleander.
Yes.
Yes. Nighttime falls. The evening comes and goes. You start to get ready for bed. And you start to wonder if Adamus is going to show up. It's getting later and later. You start to tuck yourself into bed, keeping an eye on the window.
I thought I said I'd meet him in the forest.
That's right, you did say that. My apologies.
All good.
You are, yeah, so you are on the borders of the forest, waiting and waiting. And as the moon gets higher up into the sky, ever so slightly, illuminating the trees and the forest floor below, there is a slight rustle behind you. And you turn, and a hooded figure is there. But you're not alarmed. This is one that you are familiar with. It is Plague. And he remains in the shadows of the trees, not daring to step out where any light could potentially hit his form.
Oleander just kind of like sits in the center, and he's like, "It's nice to see you again."
It is good to see you, Oleander. Are you all right?
I'm a bit shaken, but shaken as seems to be the default here as of late. I'm sorry that Dad hasn't received any reports over the past 2 days. There has been some interruptions in my mail.
Kind of furrows his brows at that. Interruptions.
It appears the star is a little bit sneaky.
Puts on a fair enough facade, I suppose.
Yes, there's something more. There's something bigger happening, but I'm afraid I can't say it, not even in Thieves' Cant, as I am unsure, but there's a chance he has something over me, even as I speak, so I'm afraid to particularly speak on anything. Is there any updates? Anything Dad wishes to tell me, or anything that needs to be spoken now?
Dad is concerned, as ever, grows anxious with each passing day of no word from you. Whether or not they're intercepting your letters, I do think it best to send some sort of note to him, if only to calm him a little. But other than that, good. Other than that, things are as expected, though Lycra seems to have more energy than usual. Something must have caught her interest recently.
Oleander just kind of like stiffens with a smile. Yeah, I guess you should know. And Oleander kind of like grimaces. It's not like a painful grimace, it's like, oh god, I have to tell my brother something. Because if I don't, Lycoris will. You could say I've been a bit unprofessional.
He kind of raises his brows at that.
I've gotten a fondness for Damus. And Oleander just kind of clams up after that.
Adamus just kind of looks at you and narrows his eyes, and he goes, "The pathetic-looking half-orc."
he Oleander kind of just, yeah.
Huh. And he just kind of shrugs and goes, "Well, I guess so long as..."
He's very earnest, which has been something I'm not used to, but it's been very refreshing here.
You know Dad's gonna eat him alive, right?
Oh god, that's why I'm waiting to tell him.
Okay.
Damus is just going to die on impact with Dad, so this has to be slow introduction.
And this is what has Lycra so excited.
Is either I told Lycris or I told Polly, and I'm pretty sure Lycris might have been the better decision, though. I'm not sure how much.
Polly would be arranging your wedding, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Polly, how is the dig going? I haven't sent anything out since the
He kind of shrugs at that. As far as I know, business as usual. Nothing major, no new surprises. But you're okay. You're safe. You mentioned someone having a something over your head that deeply concerns me, Oleander.
I think, and I'm not 100% sure, but I do think Essie might have plotted my invitation. And I think...
Can the star do that?
I'm not 100% sure, but there's something inherently fishy going on, in my opinion. Call it a hunch, but I do feel like the invitations, at least mine, wasn't a natural selection or random. Who invites the world's foremost interest on witchcraft to an event where there's going to be a star?
He kind of cracks a smile at that. He says, "Someone with a sense of humor, maybe."
Oh, they have a sense of humor. I don't like it. And Oleander still laughs. But I have been trying to make allies as I've been on the back foot since I've come here. I think I've been approaching this the wrong way. Dad was right. I'm not fit as a rogue. I take too much after Mom, and a little bit of after Dad, but not in the correct ways. And Oleander kind of brushes a hand through his hair, which is actually loose, since he doesn't have his braids anymore. And he, cracks a big smile, his tail is wagging. I think it's better if I approach this as an archaeologist, not as a rogue. Though I feel like I've made mistakes either way. Continue.
And he kind of averts his eyes, but he's still got that soft smile on his face and just... I did always hope that you could do better than the Thieves' Guild.
You and Dad both, and I think it's about time to realize I'm not a rogue.
You'll always be a rogue, Oleander. That is embedded in you, through and through. But you're more than that, as well.
Oleander gives a big grin. I hope so after the many, many artifacts I have seen. That does bring up something, though. There is something I might need. Well, two things, actually, but one of them's actually important. Due to ongoing events, we believe that the prince might have the crystal sword that Polly and the twin are speaking of in their previous letter to me. We can't say for sure, though, but...
It would be concerning. For sure. I feel unease at the thought of someone with a weapon like that on their person. If you get proof of this, let me know. Unfortunately, we cannot act on suspicion alone.
Correct. But, there is a gift I want to give. I believe... And it's just a trinket, but... I believe there was a heist a few years back that we pulled. And there was a jeweled sun brooch. Can you bring that here? I would like to give it to someone.
Gives a fangy smile at that.
Oleander rolls his eyes immediately, like, I regret this.
One
You and
sun
you and
jeweled
Lycris.
brooch for you to give to your bow. Certainly, I can arrange that.
You and Lycris are the same person, I swear.
Listen, we have little to entertain us outside of the snippets of gossip, the nobles that plot and duel and try to assassinate each other. This is a pleasant change for once. We could stand for some good news, Oleander.
Well, Father knows I'm chasing after you first.
I assure you, I'm sure you can trust in my abilities. Father won't even know it's missing.
Thanks. It's nice talking with someone I can 100% trust here.
Not your new friend?
I'm trying to be natural about this. I'm building it up. I don't want to like, and you can see like Oleander is just, I want to be normal.
He takes the risk of stepping out of the shadows just enough that he can reach out and touch you, and reach up and ruffle your hair a little bit. It's good to see you smile, brother.
Can I ask a favor?
Anything.
This is more of last case scenario. I don't want to think about it actually happening, but if anything does happen to me, for some godforsaken reason, something really super bad happens, can you get Damus and Parthenia out of here?
He looks at you with such a... like, his face drops. That smile is gone, and you can see he's entered assassin mode at this request. And he just nods his head. I'll get them out.
Thank you. And Oleander wraps his arms around him.
Gives you a big hug in return, a very firm squeeze around your ribcage. Please, don't let it come to that, though.
I won't.
Promise.
I promise. And Oleander will rub his horns against Adamus's.
Give a little horn nuzzle.
Yeah, antler nuzzle.
Antler
to
nuzzle.
horn.
Yep. Take care, Oleander. You and
Yes.
your friend.
Oleander rolls his eyes again. I'm not going to hear the end of it. and he nods, and I'll take care of myself. And I'll take care of him.
Good.
Now you and the 3 other people here go do your job.
And he gives a little whistle, like ever so softly, like the slight mimicry of a bird. And you see the 3 other rogues in the trees pass like shadows in the night. Here and gone in an instant.
Oh, I'm going to be hearing about it when I get home. I'll see you later.
See you later. And he'll step backwards and descend into the shadows of the forest. Like he was never there. And as you return to Hollow Light, the moon rises over the estate. Things become quiet. And a new day will begin. But that is where we will end things for tonight. Thank you all so much for playing, for acting your hearts out. Oh my goodness. We had so many spicy moments today. And it was great fun.
Thank you for the game.
Of course. I hope you guys had fun. To all of our lovely viewers at home, I hope you enjoyed as well. We will be continuing with our next session on Wednesday, June 18th. So look forward to it then. Until next time, my friends, take care of yourselves and each other, and we will see you next time. Have a very good evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.